Hello, welcome back, and very good morning to those of you who've joined around the globe. Welcome back to AC Park, where yesterday we've seen a game between the Chicago Tigers and St. Louis Americans. Today we've got the same two teams. It was a comprehensive victory for St. Louis Americans. They won the toss yesterday, electing to bowl. Today as well, toss going in their favor. After flipping the coin, deciding to bat first, it was these two aggressive openers who had taken the attack on the bowlers of Chicago Tigers. And it will be the same pair, Noman Anwar, the experienced batter, and Arya Kananta, supremely talented young right-handed player. We've seen his approach, not shy right away, making his mark, making the statement in the early stages of the game, and it gave a bit of liberty to Noman Anwar as well to show his shots for a little bit of time. It was a very easy game for the St. Louis Americans to win, and after that game, they were they replaced the positioning in the points table, taking a fifth spot from Chicago Tigers, where the Tigers slipped down to number 7, right above the Michigan Cricket Stars. The only difference is their run rate. And it will be Vineet Sinha. They've got a bit of dearth yesterday with paces. Let's see if there's any change today. On the pads will be first runs here, and that will be welcomed by a double. Was a chance yesterday when we were reflecting on the points table, how the Tigers could have won the game against Lone Star Athletics and the whole story would have been different. Surprised there by the bounce of the wicket. Was a bit expensive, Vineet Sinha bowling, and he was the only pacer that we were able to see in action yesterday from Tigers, whereas they had Satvik Kailash yesterday, who was bought in for Justin Dill. No change from both the sides, will be the same. They surely would be missing the experience of Justin Dill. Just to remind, they are also missing Calvin Savage this season. Much better approach from Vineet Sinha, not giving any room to Kananta, targeting those stumps in the body. And we've seen how well these two batters are able to use any balls, any ball bowl, given any width on the offside or the leg side. Even straying a bit down on the leg is risky, especially to Arya Kananta, who's been in sublime form. They were off to a flyer yesterday, thanks to the batting of St. Louis Americans. Surely might have been a delight for the fans of St. Louis Americans to see the very experienced Noman Anwar getting some start, what he was much in need of. Gets the bounce. Fresh wicket. A morning game could zip off the surface. Probably with the spin given yesterday, there were chances that the ball is turning a bit more in the afternoon. I've seen at ACAC Park the surface gets drier as the batters run and the fielders run. You could see dust coming off. Maybe that may have been the factor for St. Louis Americans, where the Tigers were bowling yesterday. Ball turning on, coming on sharply into them. Some sieve movement there. End of first over, 5 for none.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
The second over was bowled by Karthik Gattepalli yesterday. It was very expensive so far we've seen. He's been spendthrift of the deliveries that he was bowling. And it seems that a medium pacer will be continuing. It's a new ball, and the seamers and the captain of the bowling team may desire to have that movement of the wicket. Little shape of the outswing there. Attempts of throw. Safely home. Semi Sohail, who opens the batting for the Tigers. It's proven out to be handy this season for them. His batting has been able to bowl a couple of overs when needed. Got a good opening partnership this season. Chicago Tigers last season when they were in need of one more opener alongside Nityanandam. The question that still goes on for them this season while it lingers is who is their middle order? Hasn't got that pace that comes on to too well. You can see that the ball's holding a bit. It's more the line and the length he uses. And the batters will have to procure a shot. It's not going to get easy when the bowler is bowling slow and you're getting that spongy bounce of the wicket while the surface holds a little. Whereas for Sinha, when he was bowling, it's with the pace, the ball coming nicely onto the bat. And this is the game when the wicket's fresh early in the morning. When you come, just a bit of read that you need what the surface is doing before you can make your shots. And it is only the run rate that differentiates between the positions of Michigan Cricket Stars and Chicago Tigers. Testing. Still cautious before he plays his shots, Noman Anwar. So far in the league stage before yesterday's game, we haven't seen the old Noman Anwar who's aggressive, who plays his shots freely. But yesterday was a bit of different him, while Arya Kananta taking on the charge, allowing him to settle. The coordination and the communication when it is definite about the roles as the opening batters of what is whose role. And looks like the first shot and will be the first boundary here coming from the bat of Noman Anwar. Easy pickings for him on to the leg side. And as a reminder to you, we were just having that conversation in the first over about how difficult it is for this pair when you're bowling, when the ball just going down the leg, just picks it. And especially with the power play, having two fielders outside the circle, it is crucial that you bowl to your field. If not, it's just about the batter that they have to clear the infield and it's gone. A bit of change in the field for Sami Sohail. Attempted bouncer, could not get timing on it, and a good move. End of 2 overs, and that'll be 10 runs on your 11 runs on your board without any loss of wicket.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Sinha to continue against Noman Anwar. Sharp ball coming sharply back at the batter, and that is why these two batters are very different today, taking the approach of their batting than what we could see yesterday. There's a very steady approach from Kananta and Anwar, watching the ball a bit more carefully than walking down on the bowler, playing their shots aggressively with a free mind, but more cautious if wicket looks a bit different than it was yesterday. It was a bit of more turn for the spinners, and it was more swing. Connects it. Just had to clear that fielder who was inside the circle at mid on, and he does that extremely well. Was bowled a bit wider of the off stump and desired to go over the fielder, and he does it well. He's been so good, Kananta and Anwar. It's just about the conversion of that impact that they're able to make. And there he gets started. Second time, same direction, same result, nothing changes. Just a bit more trying to attack that stump, but a bit more full for Anwar and gets glorious 4 runs from long on. Just having that fielder inside the circle, you got to know that when you're bowling up, there's always a chance that you're creating as well. But having fielder inside the circle and serving the batter up is risky, that you are always trying to battle with fire here. Back to back boundaries, and there's a bit of discussion about the field setup. Early stage, this reminds me of one of the games in 2024, the World Cup in West Indies against South Africa and India, where Rishabh Pant was taking a bit of time just to cause that fissure in the play of the game. A bit of lapse as well for the batters too. Trying to find the ball. It does make a difference when the batters are in full swing, and a bit of lapse in the game. They also feel a bit delayed, and that loss in concentration, may not that be compacted for them the way they want the innings to progress. You might see a bit bumpy innings. Taking his time, two shots he's played well over mid-on fielder. Not sure on the second shot where he wanted to get the full timing. Was he able to get it? Much better with the ball rising to Anwar. Also, this is the 8th game in the league that these two teams are playing. And winning this game would take St. Louis Americans with 8 points. It's just the factor about the run rate. They're in positive, but Metroplex traces are at 8. That's a loser. That's an absolute loser. Was there to be hit, and he utilizes it at its full. And this has been a little problematic with Sinha's bowling, is that when he's been taken on for boundaries, that's where he loses his concentration and the line and the length. Let's take a look at that. Way too wide, gives that width on offer. Just had to get his bat. He swings it so hard, and no fielders there. An imperative in power play as a new ball that you got the ball in your hand. There's a chance for you to make the ball talk, swing it laterally. A big responsibility to use that new ball wisely. 12 runs coming. A ball to go for the third over to go complete. Way too wide. Needed 3 other stumps for Anwar to stand on to play that one. And controlling the new ball, this takes me back how important and how convincingly Abhimanyu Lamba from St. Louis Americans has a bit of say controlling that new ball for himself and the team. Punches it, and that'll be the dot. The over ends with it, and 3 overs done, 24 for no loss. Invited as Karthik Gatefalli just to roll his arm over to see if he can get some wickets. Was wicketless yesterday. Just talking about the stats, one of the leaderboard running on the leaderboards of most wickets in the Central Division, and we were saying that he was wicketless until yesterday, where he falters against the batting of St. Louis Americans. It's been very decent season for the MLC as well. Played for Los Angeles Knight Riders. Shot of authority from Kananta has just faced 2 balls and right away gets on, gets his foot on the gas. Nicely driven. Diving effort also could not save that. The game in 13th over, St. Louis Americans, they were chasing 116, winning yesterday's game by 8 wickets. Another boundary. Just the experience seems to be outdated and outfashioning because the talent is so supreme here from Kananta. Reads on, gets into position early, and just makes a stroke. And he is number 4 in the leaderboard. Picked up 9 wickets. It's with the economy yesterday, what was given to Karthik Gattepalli by the batters of St. Louis Americans. His economy was under 6. With yesterday's game, has gone over 7. It's a bit of stay there and a good glove work behind from Nikhil Mudalir. 2 boundaries and 2 dots. Creeping back in the over. Karthik cleans up, tries to go against the length of the ball while turning in, and that is the end of Kananta. Sure, a bit of glitters for St. Louis Americans today, and that's the stump gone. That's the first wicket and the first blow landed by the Tigers. Take a look at this. Often we see him go against and usually gets that shot connected. Not on this occasion. The bounce, unpredictable for him, unable to read the bounce, and that's the wicket. Arnav Jam replacing Kananta. He bowled 3 overs yesterday, Karthik. Was wicketless. With that also, he was given 39 runs without a wicket in just 3 overs. That economy going over 9. Beg your pardon. Exactly 13 and over that he was being blasted for. It's more about the Pacers, Chicago Tigers. If they look at the bowling attack, they'd be thinking, this is the void that we have to fill in. That middle order spot, because 1 and 2 are your supreme batters that you would want in the side. And yesterday, there were only 3 batters who were able to score double digits. It was Rahul Basu in the very end who came to the rescue later. Sami Sohail and Chirag Gandhi. Sami Sohail with 35 and Chirag Gandhi 25 runs. That'll be the end of 4th over with a wicket, 32 for 1.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
Four overs done. .32, and it is Sami Sohail. I do believe that they'll go along with Sohail and Karthik. It's because he's not giving pace to the batters, and these batters do like pace coming onto the bat. And the umpire gets in the favor of the bowler. That is right exactly on the line, and you can see that smirk on his face. He knows that he got away with it. He was waiting, the batter, just thinking the umpire would call it as a wide. And who says that the game is completely in the favor of T20 game, in the favor of the batters? It's away from the line. This time will be given a wide. Bowlers at times definitely feel the umpires at times are harsh on them with that marginal calls. The officials for today, Srinivas Chira and Nikhat Upadhyay. Bouncing back to the fielder, and a good throw. A bit more anticipating here from Sohail getting behind the stumps after his follow through may have helped him. Just making a bit tighter for the batter to run that single. And a good hand played by Arnav yesterday. Played 29, and alongside with him Adnat got 40 with 6 boundaries. Arnav was able to play along with him, scoring 2, rotate the strike. Still going strongly at 7.85. St. Louis Americans. And there are chances that the batters are taking. Just stop that single while the batters are putting on. The field can be a bit more aggressive. They can take start if the concept of start is a bit more old fashioned. Usually having the field is a bit more close inside the circle to attack the batters and stop them taking that single. And this is the confusion usually for the bowling team and the captain, that if we call it, are we again trying to save that one, and then are we giving away that boundary? Well, it's more about trial and error for at this phase, because unless the batter takes his chances, there's no surety that the bowler would be getting wickets. Well, you've got to try and keep experimenting. And more than that, read the batter, what he's trying to do. Punch down the ground. And he is punched it firmly. Will get 4 runs. Much more confident, much more easy pickings for Noman Anwar from yesterday. He's been in a good touch. That game yesterday needed that one game. You always need that one push that brings your confidence up. Just to remind you what you've done in past. That's gone. That's drilled downtown. That will be a better shot right next to the face of the batter. It did look like he's going to take it with him. End of 5 overs, 43 for 1. Eleven runs coming off from that last over. Need wickets. Even yesterday, just wanted to put some pressure onto the batters of St. Louis Americans. That's where gave the chance to the batter dishing the ball up. They completely utilized. And a good effort. You'll have to give him full marks for that one. I think what gets more interesting in this points table is that we've been talking about that rain factor initially when the games were washed out, and now the teams having with the same run rate. And this is where winning comes with a big time role that you'd want your, for sure, the teams who've won, who've got a better run rate with winning, sure in contention. The keeper skipped it. Does look like he's had inside edge. Cool headed. And with the younger ones, Karthik, he does gel well. Like, not that very hot headed person that you'd see that very easy to have conversation. Always up for a chat. But at times was a reflection of yesterday what he was trying to do, trying to loop the ball up for the batter to come down to take the chances, but it was more fuller, no turn. Indeed, he was getting turn, but no assistance whatsoever that he was doing. Was not going in the favor of Tigers. Sweeps it, surely going down the leg. With the batting of Chicago Tigers as well, the conversations might have been around the ability for them to rotate the strike more than relying on boundaries, because at 10 over stage they could only take 25 singles, and then four boundaries scored. 6 overs done, end of power play, 47 for 1.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
Not very often you see Nityanandam come roll his arm over. Sathwik Kaila's side, new player added to the edition of 2025 minor league for Chicago Tigers. Bowled only 2 overs, was 4 dots. Out of everyone yesterday had better economy with 5.50. Still could not complete his full quota. Maybe at least today you'd like to call him upon and just trial and see. With the first innings yesterday, he's just trying to fetch the wickets, but a bit more wide open game. This is still the first innings, while the opposition still tries to set the target up. Miss there, and it'll be a leg by. And Anwar trying to convince the umpire that there's some bat involved in it. Does it did look like there's some brush on it. Immediately after hitting it, signal towards the umpire. He's been awarded with the bat. Might have been the error from my end that might have seen the umpire call it as a leg by while he was trying to raise his leg. A gentle push. Not that quick, but a controlled line. Better than the first ball going down the leg for a boundary. Gets a genuine edge. Not sure if that's where he wanted to play, but it looked like a deliberate shot, just waiting for it and then rolling his wrists over. We'll take a look in the replay if it was intended from Arnav Jam, having no third man, having him wide. Short ball and a chance. Chance put down. Certainly not happy. Angry with himself is a difficult chance for bowlers, especially when you're running in as a fast bowler to carry yourself after that follow through, but will go down as a chance. Would have been a wicket. Cotton ball. And I do remember pickup. Excellent pickup. One more chance. That's put away. Should have been taken there at the deep mid wicket. Picks it, picks the fielder, comes in diving, and spills in the end. Another one swiveling across, picked on the leg side. This has been a shot, a proper shot that he's hammered into the leg side with much more control, better aggression, half pitch, and he was vivid onto it. Well, if you're going to give chances like that, then they are going to fully use it. End of 7 over 61 for 1. We'll have a short drinks break and the action will resume shortly. And it'll be Yash Patel, who had a better economy than everyone else, the second best with 6.67 bowling yesterday against St. Louis Americans. Fires into the stump, gets on, gets away with one. Just to remind about the drop chance from Nityananda with the follow through. One of the blinders in a spectacular catch that I did see a fast bowler picking up was Dale Steyn in 2010 or 2011 while he played for Deccan Chargers Hyderabad against Mumbai Indians. So low scoring game, and exactly while it was hit with power, he just got his hand and the ball just stuck in his hand. But it's just more about the effort, and then the catches become screamer. We do at times think that it's an easy one, and it's more about the luck, but I think luck is more about the preparation meeting the opportunity. It was a lot of hard work. The more you sweat, the better you perform. And good effort there, good collected effort from Yash Patel to stop that run. This is a very much young team. Chicago Tigers still got the potential. It's trying to groom the talent. Whereas on St. Louis Americans, you've got a couple of young players such as Arnav Adnet and Arya Kananta himself. They've seen a bit of glimpse in few games how well he can control his aggression at times, but at times overly odd with a shot that gets him. And that's been belted. Absolutely belted over deep mid wicket and cow corner. He'll get 6 runs. Timing sublime. Timing at its best. And when you look at the shot, it isn't the power that he generates, it's more about the timing of the shot. It's a bit of hesitant appeal from Yash Patel. And that'll be the end of 8th over. 9 runs coming off it. 8 overs done, 70 for 1.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
This has been the story so far with 1 wicket. The run rate at 8.75. 5 extras coming so far. Oman Anwar has looked solid 46 runs scored, keeping 4 runs away of his first half century of the season. And when you talk about the timing better than the power, it reminds me of a couple of players who used to pull well, sweep well, and then strike it well. One of the players, when he used to hit at his peak form straight down the ground, it would have been taken as a six. Owen Morgan, one of the fine strikers of the white ball cricket, whenever going down the ground, it's always considered to be a six. I've rarely seen if he's played that shot aerial, gone for a boundary. Even Saeed Anwar from Pakistan and Hashim Amla, South African, talking about the timing, that work that goes in, top edge, falls short of the fielder at point. And as a batter, everyone has one skill set they work upon. It's either the timing, the power, the ability to rotate the strike and pick the gaps. That's why you've got different positions. The batter comes in after the wickets fall. And that's slapped away. Sweeper to come into picture, running hard, a better throw. Right at Rahul Basu would have got Arnav Jam in trouble, and he would have been running back to his pavilion. No boundary coming so far. The highlight so far has been every over they've got a boundary, a runaway from his first half century of the season, and that'll be it. Noman Anwar gets that run, gets that 50 for himself and the team, and he's looked good today. Well made half century. Slips away from the hand. That'll be a single to end the over. 9 overs done, 77 for 1.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
This has been the story, but 8 boundaries, a 6, and that perfect timing 6 we've seen over deep mid wicket and cow corner with strike rate of 156. Noman Anwar. They're still hunting for wickets, and can be dangerous while the St. Louis Americans will have wickets in hand, and as they progress deeper in the game. And that'll give them the ability and a better approach for them to come all guns blazing. They managed to hold, not losing wickets. They still have 9 wickets left in the bag. They've got Saif Badr to come. who can hit long at the jump, which will win a quota, who can swing the bat around, get those handy boundaries for you. Just to know the target, anything over 150 here will be a bit of trouble. At ACAC Park, we've seen runs are made hard. There are already 80 runs with just one wicket, and this is only the 10th over. 10 more overs to come. 160, 170 still possible at this run rate. There have been attempts, just not with the boundaries, but to rotate the strike evenly, and that has helped them to achieve this total at this point of the game. 52 runs in 34 balls. They need a wicket here. Chicago Tigers. Just feels like they're playing in the terms of the batters here. 10 overs done. 82 for 1. And that'll be drinks break. Then we will join you shortly once the drinks break is completed. We're back after the drinks break with 9 wickets remaining for the St. Louis Americans. Noman Anwar still on the crease after his well-made half century. There's been a bit of less control on the extras, the wides bowled today. They've got 4 overs of Abhimanyu Lamba that he'll be bowling. Got to make sure with the batting being erratic for Chicago Tigers. Well connected, well done, and he's smoked again in that region that has been his go-to. Superb, superb from Noman Anwar. Just looks like while the one big innings which was due, he is giving it to the team right here, right now. 58 runs, got 2 6s. That run rate just keeps climbing. This has been a very steady approach. Anything over pitched is something that he's been hitting. And anything not in the slot for him that he doesn't seem that can be taken on. He's given back strike to his fellow partner Arnav Jam. Out of the lot, it has to be one of the best shots of the morning. Goes straight, goes big, and that is a humongous strike. That is the biggest of the lot. Even better. Now he's dealing in sixes here. They've got no answers. The way Noman Anwar is batting, the way he's going. In the gap. Fielded there, will collect 2 runs. "16 runs coming. This has been a big over. And make that 17 if they just be happy with one. 17 runs coming off from this over. 11 overs done, 99 for 1. Shot. Shot. That is glorious. 6 runs. He is belting everything out. Let's take a look at that one. How still his head is while he hits that straight over the side screen. And it just gets better and better with the shots. 2 6s. It just feels like he was just trying to flex and try. And then that shot coming from long off, and this is just getting better as he spends his time on the wicket. The shots he's playing, making it seem effortless. Dabbed away. Smart batting. After a boundary, just give the strike back to Arnav Jam, and has played that well as well. Giving back strike to Noman Anwar and then keeping that rotation. They well understood the assignment that has kept the runs coming in flow. Effort there. We'll get 2 runs. And if any of the batters rusty, that's when you think that we want this batter on the wicket to spend some more time. But here, Arnav's been able to rotate the strike and give it back to Anwar. And that has been the key here. Runs have not stopped. A better ball. They need those type of balls, those type of deliveries. Something magical, something serendipitous to happen. It's been very predictable. They have not missed a mark even in the overs, that couple of overs that have gone boundaryless, but in the very next over that you could see from Rahul Basu that they were able to put on 17 runs, that just balances out. 12 overs done, 109 for 1 wicket. It's just not the scorecard that tells us the story. Even it's the body language of the players of the Chicago Tigers. Got their shoulders down, not the regular body exuding out of them. Very much confident with the approach. They're just trying, but things are not working in their favor. And with the striking, Noman Anwar, he's been put on. He's been brutal. Oh, lovely. Lovely timing there from Arnav Jam. Even Noman Anwar from the other end applauses it. For a minute, the way he was running towards the wicket, we would have thought the fielder would be able to get there, but the timing on the shot is supreme. Now they're well set on the crease, just using the feet moving, the head moving. You can see that. Needs a quality ball, quality delivery to dismiss such set batters. 114 for 1. Even at times when you're playing good, A loose ball that you think, a juicy full toss at times when you think you can smack it and get maximum out of it, that's the one becomes attained on the batting, thinking that I've middled everything. I was able to put everything through, and this is one ball that I think is loose, and I try to take full advantage of it. Just running ahead of my thoughts, and I go back, and that is why it's important that as a batter or as a bowler too, that you stay in your thoughts, you align them well, and just take it ball by ball. Change of pace quicker from Karthik. Batting at 174, that's a strike rate. Has taken a steady, gradual approach. Was at 127 strike rate when he was striking the ball, then went up to 157 after his half century. Now, skipping that 50 runs, he is batting on 170. He's changed his gears, added a bit of more torque. They've been sure to score 9 runs every over. Has he connected that? No power on it. Good running between the wickets. They complete 2 runs. That will be the end of over. 13 overs done, 124, 1 wicket. St. Louis Americans, they are motoring. Seven more overs to come. And they'd want to accelerate and push that run rate to 10 and over to get that 200 mark. It's been a very interesting league stage game. Kingsmen, they top the table in Central Division with a loss against the Kings 11 Dallas. Surprisingly, where one of the best teams struggle, it was a cakewalk for St. Louis Americans to defeat Kings 11 Dallas in DL method. That says volume about the team, that they do have quality in them. It's a little bit better execution from St. Louis Americans could have put different results on the game, especially those 2 games against Chicago Kingsmen. They put them in real trouble, getting the game right at the very end ball of the second innings. That's when the Chicago Kingsmen were able to finish at the very final ball. Until then, we had no decided winner, especially the first game. As a fan of St. Louis Americans, you would be thinking, any of the viewers who support St. Louis Americans, if you watched that game, it's going to be easy. The way Abhimanyu Lamba took 4 wickets back to back and a hat trick in that game, you would just go and think that, we are just on the top, and then Ziaul Haq comes with a different plan. He's sorted in his head. He knows what he's going to do, and you'll have to give the credit to the captain of Kingsmen too, the way he played the game then. And when I say about execution, That is what I mean, knowing exactly what you want to do and just sticking to it, irrespective what the conditions are, and then knowing when exactly you got to adapt and change, be flexible. And that's what has worked in favor of Kingsman. Someone, at times out of 11, standing when needed the most. Even the last season for them has been brilliant. And I do think that the idea behind the St. Louis Americans batting first would be put on a total, then bowl out Chicago Tigers for as low as they can be bowled out for. That pushes up their run rate, makes a better chance of qualification, pulls away. And a chance of the batters colliding into one another that's evaded. Would have been one horrible incident here. Noman Anwar and Arnav Jam running into each other. We've seen that in the first game from Kingsman Pranay Balaji and Ramiz Raja. It all happens when you're just concentrated looking at the ball. That's why at times the batters run on the different sides of the wicket to avoid that collision. Batting on 79 of 47. Six runs coming off this over. 14 overs done, 126 for one.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
One 126 on board. A little hint of aggression from Arnav Jam too. Walks down, was wide, and for a minute you would have thought the keeper might get his hands onto it, but so smart in his approach, Noman Anwar read that nicely, and his back leg helping him clear the distance. It's the way he swats it. He's running away to that century mark, 87 runs of 49 balls. It's been a display of great hitting from Noman Anwar. Five sixes earlier was taking on with boundaries, but I think his approach has changed. Says that I'll get big ones. Batting on 87. They're still playing around with the run rate of 9.17 and over. Maybe they'll just try to push that to 10 and over. They've got batting to come. 9 wickets in hand. This is going to be a bonus for them. They can just play at free will, play any shots they want. That'll get the thick edge. And nothing changes. It's been disheartening for the bowlers and the fielders of Chicago Tigers. Even with the opportunity, even that thick edge just takes the ball to the boundary. Everything working correctly so far for St. Louis Americans. Doesn't look happy. And that'll be the end of 15th over, 140 for 1. This partnership has grown for 108 runs between Noman Anwar and Arnav Jam. The major contributor, Noman Anwar, 68 runs in 34 balls. Arnav, 36 of 33. Just a bit of call there for the fielder inside, thinking he may have his luck. This might be a bit of respite. Just toying around Anwar with the field. He's so flexible. playing his own shots. He's able to get those in 90s now. 8 runs away from his century. Plays it well. Gets himself on the back foot. Has taken the responsibility of the innings to build it, and he's done good. So far, the biggest over was the 11th over bowled by Rahul Basu, with that 17 runs coming, and that has opened the gates of sixes for Noman Anwar. They've collected 30 runs of sixes. Play and a miss there. And the singles have come at 36, most of them boundaries, contributing with 56 runs. Only a wicket that fell at the 4th over, that was Arya Kanantha. And from there, the innings has been wicketless. Down the leg. We'll have to bowl that one again. The percentage of dot balls has been so less in this innings. If you take a look, there have been only 17 dot balls so far and cleaned up. And that's the wicket. Aggression from Nityanandam. He's delighted. And the stump goes out just to take a bit of rest. So as the bowlers of Chicago Tigers, there's the breakthrough. Stump falling on ground. There's that going across the line, and he knows that what he has done terribly wrong in that stroke. He goes for 36 after playing 34 balls. Eight wickets remain, and the instructions would have been very clear for Adnan Jam to try to hit along, give more strike to Noman Anwar while he settles himself. He's played outstandingly well, batting on 93 of 52. Just to have a conversation about that dot ball percentage, only 17 dot balls make that a wicket that came in last ball as the 18th dot ball in the innings. It's been very low, and the key has been the rotation of the strike and the timely boundaries that they're able to get every over. It's just fascinating to know that 18 dot balls so far they've played. Out of 96 balls, only 18. And then keeping that scoreboard moving, We'll have to see when the Tigers come on to bat what their approach would be. Yesterday, still a bit rusty when they were looking to bat on. They found it hard to get in the groove, find that rhythm. It's going to be a big total setup against them. Picked up, and he's done well. He's done extremely well here. That just goes sailing over the leg side. Just gets no opportunity. He's timing that sweetly. Even that hard hitting, he makes it so effortless. At 99, a runaway Noman Anwar from his master knock of 53 balls. Would he bring this up with a glorious stroke? Or just a single, what he's been working on. It's been a very worthy innings of Noman Anwar. And it's come in at the time where they need the most, St. Louis Americans, when they're looking to push their run rate up to find that spot for the qualification, sitting at 5th position. Metroplex traces at 8 points with 0.88 their run rate. They're in positive. That's the good thing for the St. Louis Americans. Some discussion involving the players and the umpire. I think they're just discussing about a ball remaining. We'll have to wait for the official confirmation if it's called an over. Oh, yes, it is. 13 runs coming off his over, but a wicket as well. 153. 4 was remaining. Let's see what the batters of St. Louis Americans have in plan. So with the run rate, they will definitely be targeting that 200 mark. At least 180, 190, they'll be very happy with. Anything lesser than that is going to disappoint them. And that puts Noman Anwar in the spotlight with his 99 runs. And there's his 100. There comes up with a single with a gentle push. So far, he hasn't been anything gentle on the ball with his brutal stroke. He has been merciless, sublime, and a fantastic knock he's played. Of 55 balls, gets to 100 runs. What a knock, what an innings has been from the experienced player. Comes in handy at the time when needed the most, and has played a knock that will be remembered. He's been so vibrant, playing his strokes across the ground. They are looking for the mark to push their run rate on the points table to get that spot. Just trying to break that Metroplex traces is where they're setting at. And then Dallas Exforia Giants at 9 points, 7 games that they've played. And when the coach and the captain of St. Louis Americans, when they look back at those 2 games from Kingsman, on and on, we remind you because has been that fascinating game, especially the first one, St. Louis Americans taking on the Kingsmen, because you had 10 runs in the bank to defend. And before 10 runs, even before that over, this very last second over, the penultimatum over that was bowled, you're thinking close to 22 runs. And anybody that was seeing the game would say and predict that it's just St. Louis Americans who are going to win the game, but that turned out the match not turning out to be in their favor. Shot has got the screws out of that one. Adnan Jam. Let's take a look what he does here. Shuffles a bit and bang. It's just looked like a gift to Adnan there. He accepted it with his both arms open. Gets the on drive out. $17 overs done. 164 for 2. 3 overs to come. Final 3 overs remaining. Vineet Sinha to bowl. I do think that he might be coming to bowl again for the 19th over. And the batters of St. Louis Americans, they do like pace on the bat. Flicked away. Tries for the slow one. Connects well. This is just effortless. This is effortless and brilliant hitting. 107 of 57 so far. And yet more to come from him. Just look at that. He just looks like he's just caressed the ball, but makes the hitting look so effortless. What a shot. Full toss. This is in good spirits from Vineet Sinha and Noman Anwar. He says, "Thank you very much," right there, and asking for a question if it's a no ball. And if a batter is that hot form, and if you're bowling him a full toss, it's just a hit me ball, and that's just spectacular. And when I say effortless hitting, this is what I meant when you see Noman Anwar taking the ball when he's hitting the ball. He's just not just trying to hack the ball and try to just exert his power completely into that. He knows where exactly how much power is required and a calculated shot. The chances are when there's excess power put in the stroke, you may not be able to get that distance or either the elevation. That's essential that you get it only with the right amount of timing in the shot. Trying to play over near to that third man fielder. Thirteen runs coming. Pace is what they've loved on the bat. The connection has been excellent from the batters of St. Louis American. Change of pace. Negotiated well. Driven. Driven nicely there. What a shot. Beautiful shot through the extra covers from Adnan Jam. And while Noman Anwar takes the aerial route, he just makes it look so simple and defines the serenity when playing the shots along the ground. Adnan Jam plays a fantastic shot. Ends the over with 18 runs, 18 overs done, 182. Gets on. The attempt is to get the ball, get the power, looking for that second one. Excellent running. The running hasn't been the question so far for that one collision that Arnav and Anwar would have had. Apart from that, it's been without a flaw. You gotta give credit to him. From the beginning till now, he's made sure he is playing shot like everything depends on him. No loose shots, just not losing his cool. Doesn't matter if you've reached your century or your half century. It's just got that seriousness just to make sure he stays there till the very end. And right temperament, he should be because he's scored a century. He's well said. He's seen the pitch behave. Now it's him who's supposed to finish the innings well for St. Louis Americans. That's clobbered down the ground. Looking to come back. Will be happy with one. No boundary so far. That's the positive from this over. Three balls bowled. Connects it. And that'll be the innings for Noman Anwar. His well made 117 runs. And the only disappointment he'll have is that he won't be able to finish the innings for the St. Louis Americans. Just was in the slot, tried getting that, but no elevation on that shot. If there was no fielder there, would have been a six. And he goes after a well made 117 runs for St. Louis Americans. And a knock to remember for him. Has been a slow season for him to get started, but he has shown what he's made of. His effortless hitting has come handy, and he's played vibrant shots today all over the ground and gives baton to Saif Badr. 186 runs. They'll want to squeeze out more runs to get to that target of 200. And having those three figures of 200 runs on the board, that will be more than assertive, more than confident to St. Louis Americans. Might be the tide turning in the favor of St. Louis Americans and their batters. Saif Badr, who's not had his days with his big hitting, might be able to change it today. Let's play and a miss. And an excellent over from Sohail. He's got a wicket. Oh, well said, Noman Anwar. It's not that he didn't time it, but more about the elevation on the shot could have done him good, clearing that fielder standing at long on. Noman Anwar. Eight sixes, nine fours, just for him. Does well in the end, stopping that ball, getting to the boundary, save 2 runs for his team. And that'll add another 2 runs to the tally, making the total to 188. With 6 balls remaining. And when St. Louis Americans, the bowlers of their team, when they come on to bowl with only 20 dot balls, you'll have to take a note what their strategy would be. And it's simple. The likes of Abhimanyu Lamba and co will try to attack the stumps. Coming back for the second one, took the first one fast and good running. He was quick to complete the first one. 190. 5 balls to go. And they'd be thinking, just 2 big shots, and that's where we cross 200. Cut away over the head of the fielders at point and extra covers, and that's running away. I think that should have been stopped somewhere, but fast hands just throws everything at it. Vinitsena not pleased with the effort. 41 runs is given. 4 balls to be bowled for the quota to be completed today. They will have the satisfaction breaching that 200 mark. Anything over 200 is going to be a bonus for St. Louis Americans. Knocks that. Will get a run. Bringing Saif Badr to strike. Face 2 balls and still yet to open his account. Pushes into the leg side. Adding 2 more runs. 3 runs shy of the 200. What from Noman Anwar, 185 his strike rate. Adnan Jam is playing a silent innings here. Scored 22 runs off 11 balls. Playing a fast hand. 11 extras by Chicago Tigers in this innings. That'll be 1. With the final ball remaining. 2 runs away for the 200. And it has to be an all-powered stroke from Adnan Jam. It does feel like a scattered effort from the bowlers of Chicago Tigers. Did feel like few of them did have a plan. And then later on, when Noman Anwar started his hitting, everything failed in front of him. And he was able to put on a gigantic total. Played under the bounce. That's going to be a wicket. And yes, he does collect it well. And that's going to be a wicket at the very last ball of the first innings. Just tries to go for the bouncer and just playing under it, not getting enough bat on it. No height, no elevation, no distance. It's just inside the rope. And the boundary raider does well in the end to collect the catch. That'll be 198 on the board with the loss of 4 wickets. Thanks to the knock, centurion Noman Anwar, who played 117 with his fantastic strokes, was very vivid and vibrant. That puts on the score of 198 with 199 for the Chicago Tigers to win. This has been the story for your scorecard, where Arnav Jam and Adnan Jam scoring 36 and 22 has played a silent knock with the strike rate of 190 here, Adnan Jam, and then playing a good innings like a fiddle, who's played auxiliary innings, giving support to Noman Anwar with 36 runs made out of 34 balls, 11 extras conceded. And that tells you a story why there's a big total. And the wicket has been the question. The first wicket came at 32 runs, and then the second one after a long pause at 146. Then wickets came when the batters went on to fire. And the bowling scorecard, the only bowler has been a little economical with a wicket is Sami Sohail with 7 with an economy. Chicago Tigers needing 119 from 120 balls. It's going to be a big chase and a mount to climb for them. Stay tuned. We're going to join soon after the innings break.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go, build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
Welcome back to innings number second, where Chicago Tigers will be taking on the St. Louis Americans, having a heavy total to bat against. Abhimanyu Lamba taking the charge. Right on the money with the dot ball. It is this man who's been the rainmaker for wickets. Always they've looked up to the captain, Mohammad Ilyas. Very economical yesterday. Didn't get a wicket to his name, but he's got some outstanding figures. Bowling 4 overs, Sami Sohail and Metansh Natyanandam, the opening pair for Chicago Tigers. Picks up well. That is an excellent shot. Beautiful and serene from Sami Sohail. Just uses the angle from Abhimanyu Lamba. Just gets on a couple of inches away from his crease and just helps it going down into that leg side. Picked up well. Nudged away. And the pace on the ball will help that to reach the boundary. 4 runs deliberately played. He wanted to play there, just having that third man wide, knowing where the fielder was, just pushes it, pokes at it, and that reaches the boundary. 4 runs, getting 10 runs off the 2 balls, and that's how they should be playing if they're looking to achieve that total. This is a quality fast bowling team, St. Louis Americans. Tries to take on, fully using it. And they are not shy at all to express their shots. This is glorious boundary. Just stays low, lets the ball climb and plays it under the bounce. Good shot from Sami Sohail. And they are taking on a bowler who's been in red hot form for St. Louis Americans. And he's got 14 runs. He must be surprised, Abhimanyu Lamba. Getting wickets, being economical with the economy of 4.67 overall in the league stage. Now gets 14 runs and 4 balls the very first over. A ball to go for this over. Right there, better ball, much better there from Abhimanyu Lamba, targeting his stumps. That'll be the end of over. 14 runs coming off it.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Mohammad Ilyas. The shots played by Sami Sohail exude a lot of confidence, and that's the way to go after the bowlers, especially at the power play. When you've got two fielders inside the circle in the power play, you want to take full advantage of it when you're chasing 199, when 185 are required, 9 and over at least to go. That's very close. That's very close. And the umpire says, in accordance with Ilyas, that he is out. And Nityanandam is surprised, his jaw dropping, and he says that he's been hit on the thigh pad. He stands there in a complete disbelief, and he is indicating where the ball is stuck. And Ilyas opens the account of wickets, gets Nityanandam. Even yesterday, he was trying to play across. Today, gets the leg before. Legs heavy will have to go after the decision made by the umpire. Gone for a golden duck. Right when we say this is the start they wanted, then Ilyas has different plans in place for the Chicago Tigers. He's quick. He runs in fast, and was quite a game yesterday despite bowling right on the mark. Not getting a wicket. He'll be very happy today on the very first ball. A teaser off his outside edge. It's just splendid. Poking around, asking a question to the left-hander, getting that angle. Got quick runs yesterday, Shiv Shani. What a shot. What a shot that is. Pick and dispatch it away. That's gone right on the top of the nets. This is just perfect on a pickup shot for me. Just take a look at that. Just stays there, still head position, connect, click, gone. It'll take some time for them to retrieve the ball. They've got it now. What a shot that was from Shivshani. Despite knowing that they've lost a wicket, fearless approach. And there's the response from Mohammad Ilyas. Way too down after ducking that one. There's a smile from Shivshani. He gets that extra run, what they were in need of. But they'll have to be very calculative here. They just can't go after runs. They'll have to be mindful about the wickets as well. Yesterday, lost 3 early wickets in the power play itself and took 12 overs to reach to their 50 mark. The draw pace coming in handy from Mohammad Ilyas. 7 runs despite that 6. We've seen only 20 dots in the very first innings. That'll run away. The ball will just run away, bouncing back to the boundary. Have it here on the recap from the southpaw. Tenacious opens the face of the bat, plays it in the air, and then gets those 4 runs. Fearless cricket approach from Shivshani. Sami Sohail, first over, he set that tempo. And rightly, from the captain, there should be a support from the coach too, that this is the brand of cricket, irrespective of the total. We're going to play. Oh, glorious. Glorious. Picture that. Picture that. Take a frame and then put it in your room. That is just picturesque. That is purely perfect high elbow shot. 2 overs done. 29 for 1. Just take a look at it, how high elbows he gets, as good as it gets. Shot of the day for me. Nasir Jamali. Just again, that offside edge. Gets that bounce. Clips off his pads. 30 runs scored. This is an excellent start given by the batters of Chicago Tigers. Way too wide. Way too wide for that one. The umpire would have called it as two wides. Lucky there. It's going to be a wide. 31 runs scored. Picked up. This has been brilliant batting. You'll have to laud the effort here from Shiv Shani. He came in after the fall of Mitansh Nityananda. That didn't bog him down. Look at that. Exposing his leg stump. Gets in line with the ball. He's played beautiful shots, especially that one with the high elbow. That's going to play in everyone's mind as long as he's there on the wicket. It's going to be one impactful innings, but he'll have to remain there. Power play, they'll have to collect. Go on, collect that from leg side. Where is it going? Looks like half a dozen there. He is butchered that shot. Some daring shots played by Shiv Shani. He's absolutely, look at that back lift. He is no hesitation there, knows what the clear plan is, knows what he wants to get. And mind you, this is the same team, the St. Louis Americans, and the same bowlers who made the opposition struggle. In the gap, flying, teasing the fielder, and that'll be a boundary. What batting here. What marvelous display from the young man Shiv Shani. 28 runs in 8 balls. He moves across. He's using that width of the crease to his very best. Just moving across, shuffling well. Getting to the reach, the line, the length of the ball. He is looking in good touch. And those are the signs of trouble for St. Louis Americans. 45 runs. They're just giving a little bit of taste back to St. Louis Americans from yesterday, making them feel what they exactly felt. Over the head. Now, you'll just have to say fantabulous, but this is a spectacular batting from Shiv Shani. It's 4-6-4-4. Make that 18 runs just off boundaries. And what a shot. At times you'll just have to enjoy that. End of the third over, 49 for 1.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
They call on spin Usman Rafiq. "49 runs scored in just 3 overs with a wicket fallen, and look at this. He's just running away, Shiv Shani, as if he is in some urgency. 32 runs scored off 9 balls. And you would say that you'd question, is this a bit of luck with him? Now, I'll tell you the shots he's played, the covers, the mid-off, the long on, he is played all across the ground. Take that. Sami Sohail joining along with him. And this duo has been the double-edged sword. Half tracker punished. Get as many runs as you can in the power play. They found the middle part of the bat. They're connecting the ball well. Now they might be seeing that ball as a beach ball. Most importantly, that strike rotation. We've spoken so much in the first innings, the dot ball percentage too, that how little dot balls did St. Louis Americans have. 8 runs of 3 balls for Usman Rafiq. Oh, this is the biggest. This is just magnificent, and this is humongous. Humongous from Sami Sohail, biggest of the day. Just sent it uphill. They are playing around, just not with the field there. They are taking on the aerial route, and just look at it. Blitzkrieg here from Sami Sohail and Shiv Shani. And that is it for Sami Sohail. That is the wicket. He going after hitting, and that was very much needed. And this is the breakthrough Usman Rafiq and his team would be looking out for. Offside, ball there into the wicket. He felt that he could have cleared the man. Just a bit of elevation that needed, but he'll have to laud the effort from Sami Sohail. He makes 28 runs in 12 balls. It's been impactful from the opener. I need support to Shiv Shani. 2 wickets go down. "14 runs coming off this over." And there's the comparison how slowly and steadily the start of the St. Louis Americans has been, and the red worm climbing up as for the Chicago Tigers. The fall of wickets is going to be definite a question here. That's a crucial point and the turn for the game, because they've lost 2 wickets. And are they going to proceed with the same confidence? Are they going to take on the attack onto St. Louis Americans? Because this is a good score. Despite they've lost a wicket early, they've managed to take that aggression onto the opposition. And Chirag Gandhi comes in. Yesterday played 25-run game with 12 balls that he faced. He was aggressive. He was looking to attack, come onto the ball nicely. And if it's going to be the same ploy for him today. Four overs done, 63 for 2.
At US Wide Financial, we know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US Wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
So fifth over, yes and a no sent back. After the very first 14-run over, Abhimanyu Lamba comes to bowl. Skied high, the keeper is just watching where it goes, and that goes beyond the rope. They'll collect a boundary at least for that. We'll wait for the official confirmation, and the umpire gives it as a boundary. Ball bouncing inside the rope. The space in it, bounce in it, outfogs the batter. No real timing on it, but they'll take it. Any boundary, any runs coming in for them to achieve that total, to win the game, they'll definitely do it. And when they've batted first, St. Louis Americans, they would have expected to take wickets as they did yesterday. Early wickets falling for them. Picked up. Where has this gone? The fielders, this keeper, and he takes it. There's an excellent catch here. Two fielders converging. Could have been a chance of miscommunication there. Pulled onto the leg stump, thought of picking it up. Just look at him, fully committed. There's a fielder coming in from the boundary, sticks his head up and holds on to the catch. Good collect in the pouch after all. And Abhimanyu Lamba gets his first wicket of the day. 3 wickets down for Chicago Tigers. And that is Shiv Shani, who played a brilliant knock of 37 runs, 13 balls. And he'll be happy, but yet having that heavy heart for him, thinking a bit of more time spent on the wicket. Maybe at least till the power play was done, would have got the team a push. The total, not exactly where they would be looking at, but the push Shiv Shani gave is just outstanding. Full toss, played into the leg side. They've got a fielder there. Khyber Mohammed. Was a bit of miscommunication there between the wickets when he was running in yesterday. Gets to open his account early on the first ball. Flicked away. That's an extremely good looking shot from Khyber Khan. He gets the timing, a strong wrist. Just look at it, rolling over. Too full from Abhimanyu Lamba, and he knows that that is a wrong ball to be bowled there, having no protection in the deep. They need to keep the onslaught going. 8.31 is what is required an over. has got the ability to hit big. Khaibar Khan got a name for himself here, usually seen playing at local Canadian tournaments, was also a part of the setup for one of the high performance games where the Namibia was taking on the Canada side. End of 5 overs, 73 for 3.
Hi, we're Clear. We're making the home loan process easier and more transparent. At Clear.loans, you can learn as you go. Build your own personalized quote, compare options, and instantly see all the costs. No hidden fees, no surprises. Experience it for yourself at Clear.loans.
Five overs done. 73 is what they stand at. 15 overs and 126 required. And thanks to that knock from Shiv Shani, Sami Sohail, they've got that exact push that is needed. They've got the ramp to jump. Now, it's the other batters on the middle order. They had to do it. They gave. Sure, they haven't spent the time, Shiv Shani and Sami Sohail, not until the power play ended, but this is what the impactful innings does. Three wickets, all the three bowlers contributing. One for Usman Rafiq, one for Mohammad Ilyas, and one for the captain Abhimanyu Lamba. And the boundaries that have come from Shiv Shani and Sami Sohail, it isn't that they've played exactly positioning where the ball was bowled, but they've made the shot, made sure they're moving, they carved it out. And that is what is needed when you're facing quality teams in a quality league like this. It's not going to come easy. You'll have to make your shots. That'll be a dot ball. Now that run rate's going to climb up. They were at 15 runs an over. This is the last over, last three balls of the power play. Trying to play, trying to take on the big stroke. And you can see this movement before the ball reaches the wicket keeper. A bouncer, and that will not be called as a wide. This is because Khyber Khan walking down on the bowler. That helps him. He's just not coming down on the bowler, it's also moving across the stump. Change of pace. That'll be the end of 6th over. 74 for 3.
With insurance plans, one size does not fit all. Your coverage might not be enough, or there might be gaps you didn't know about. At Bima, we build a plan from the best options available for you, for your home, your car, your health, and everything else. At Bima, we believe better insurance means assurance.
Shot there. Half tracker Chirag Gandhi got into position there. Nicely stroking away to get 4 runs. And the power play is ended. The field restriction has been lifted. Goes big, goes long, and handsome enough. Will get half a dozen. And we've got a savior, just like the last time seen in one of the reels of minor league cricket, saving the glass of BMW. That's very much closer to the car. Hopefully he'll get a spotlight. Shot played for 1. "13 runs coming off this over with the ball pending. They need a boundary every over, just like what the St. Louis Americans batters did. Stood tall on that, and he is hammered, and a very good effort. In the end, that'll be the end of 7th over with 89 runs.
At US Wide Financial, We know how hard it is to navigate the mortgage process. Don't get lost down the rabbit hole of pressure sales, burdensome paperwork, and hidden fees. US wide. No surprises, no tricks, no need to call. Check out our rates online at uswidefinancial.com.
And that wicket has definitely brought some slump in the run rate of Chicago Tigers. Khaibar Khan and Chirag Gandhi looking to build that innings back again, taking that run rate on. And this is an extremely well start given by Sami Sohail and Shiv Shani, because Noman Anwar was well said, and that's when he cashed in at the very end of the game. He got in those sixes and boundaries for them to understand power play was the right time to kick in. They are well ahead of the St. Louis Americans, where they were in eighth over. Took them 10 overs, 11 overs exactly to get to their 100. And they're trying to rotate the strike every ball to here, taking the singles. That keeps the innings flowing. Flicked away. Two runs. This is going to be a decent over here after boundaries collected. And if they're missing on that boundary, every over that they need, the run rate's going to jump up. Intelligent bowling from Nasir Jamali. Change of pace. Fielded there. This is the passage of the game where St. Louis Americans would want to hold Chicago Tigers and choke them. 8 overs done. 95 for 3. Just the attempt, the extra amount of effort from the field to get the wicket of run out. Ujjwal Venakota. Somewhere, Chicago Tigers today have been missing that pacer in their squad. Comes down the wicket, change of pace, seeing the batter come down. Lucky to survive there. Didn't get the ball chopping onto the stump. Got the inside edge. And everybody misses that. That's a lousy effort. That'll give them that boundary they've been looking out for. This is not what the St. Louis Americans would need. Still, the run rate is over what is required. They're scoring at 11.41 and over. Tries to block it with his pads. Has he got the distance? Has he got the distance? Yes, he has. He does get plenty of it. 6 runs collected. End of the over. And it's been a fine shot from Chirag Gandhi. Right onto the 10th of the teammates. A ball remains before the over is done. Just a gentle push in the gap. 111. The inning was done. Place it in the gap. Getting a boundary every over, and then that scoreboard ticking thanks to those singles and the doubles. They are ticking along well. 8 runs needed every over, and it looks like it's going to be drinks break, and we will join you shortly after the drinks break. Welcome back after the drinks break. The Chicago Tigers require 80 runs And Nasir Jamali, he's been very subtle with the pace change today. They've got 7 wickets in hand. Chicago Tigers. Cutting through the backward point. Again, a pace change. He's been quite frequent with that pace changing, slow ones, and the batters have been struggling to read it. Wider one, just keeping the ball away from the batter. And even that dive cannot save the ball from reaching the boundary. That'll be 4 runs added to Chicago Tigers total. Tried there, gave his effort at the boundary rope. It's turning and getting into that boundary. Not able to hold on to the ball, contain it outside the rope. Just getting those fingertips on the ball. We're working on the scorecard. We'll shortly keep you updated on the scoreboard. That'll be the 11th over from Nasir Jamali. We'll keep you updated on the score. This has been the trajectory for the Chicago Tigers. After 11 overs, they require 8 runs coming off from it. I believe they still need close to 72 runs in 9 overs. Yep, 71 runs needed of 8.5. Usman Rafiq bowling his third over. And it's been a very slow innings. A lot of field adjustments. And they've been bowling slower than expected. A lot of long time spent between the overs. Game starting at 8:30 Pacific time. It's already 11:47. It's been over 3 hours for the game, which is very surprising from the bowling of St. Louis Americans, who've been using their bowlers to the very best, keeping the time in mind. In the sense of the time, I think how the penalties have been laid on the bowlers, just getting some runs deductions. Times I do think that it is needed at the league stages as well, just to train you to that level of cricket where you just make your moves quick. Helps the game, helps keep and respect the time. "67 runs that are required. One ball remaining. Five runs coming off. So far, a good over, and Khyber Mohammed playing a good knock. Scored 34 runs in 25. Who was dismissed yesterday. Then cross into double figures. That'll be the over. 6 runs coming. 66 needed in 8 overs. Nasir Jamali in his final over. 34 runs. It's been those 3 wickets. First one by Abhimanyu Lamba, Usman Rafiq, and Mohammad Ilyas. And after that, there have been no wickets taken by any bowler. Chirag Gandhi playing a hand. Scored 26 runs in 20 balls. Need 8.30. It's close to 9 runs. Still, the game very much alive. Can go in anyone's favor. Let's play and a miss. That's inside the line, going away from him. And very nifty bowling. Trying to keep the ball away. A full toss. Puts his dancing shoes on and gets a boundary right in the pavilion of Chicago Tigers. That's a release shot coming in. Last over, they were boundaryless and a full toss. Nicely executed from Chirag Gandhi. They need to bring that run rate down as low as possible. They want to keep it at least near 7 and over. That should be very much achievable without any pressure. And it should be reversed on the bowling team. And it does feel like he's hurt on the ball that he stopped. The third one, right there, walking in front of the wicket. This has been a go-to ball for Nasir Jamali to keep away from the body. And that'll be the end of his 4 overs and 13th over done, 140 for 3. Saif Badr. He's collected that right in the hands of the fielder, Khyber Mohammad. That'll be the end of him. He perishes after playing that. It's needed a little bit right, left, or at least above the fielder. Look at that. He hammers it. There's force in that stroke, but a bit of elevation could have been a different result for Chicago Tigers, and they know that this is a big wicket. That is a big blow given by Saif Badr to Chicago Tigers, picking the wicket of the well-settled Khyber Mohammad. Goes for 37 after 29. The scorecard on your screen, the batters to come, Rahul Basu, who's just arrived, Nikhil Mudaliar. The batting isn't that formidable after this wicket. Rahul Basu was able to score. It's just Karthik Gattipalli who can get those big strokes out of his bat. If needed, I'm sure Nikhil Mudaliar, Yash Patel have got the potential. I haven't seen much from Vineet Sinha and Satvik Kailash. 2 wickets away to claw back in the game. St. Louis Americans. Played to the fielder at point. Gets off the strike on the very first ball, Rahul Basu. Gets into the pouch of wicketkeeper. Quite animated usually, Saif Badar. And when he bowls in, tries to convince his captain yesterday. And when he convinced him, he was able to get the wicket as well. Very much confident on his skill and bowling. Those are 2 dots in a row with a wicket in the over. Just 1 run and 4 balls. That's poorly judged. That's gone away for 4 runs. That is what the Chicago Tigers needed. And they've gotten this over. Fielder who's there, he's overrun, judging it wrongly. And a dot to end. 14 overs done, 145 for 4. 54 runs needed of 6 overs. Chirag Gandhi on the crease fighting to get that victory for Chicago Tigers. And alongside with him, Rahul Basu. Yesterday, he played a handy knock of 25 runs. Abhimanyu Lamba, he's been today ordinary. Usually has a knack of picking wickets, breaking the partnership. He's been very expensive today in the very first over, given 14 runs. That's top edge, that's flying away, and will get a boundary. The tone that was set at the early start of the innings, that is helping them. Gets nice pace. He's played that in the gap. That'll be 4 more runs here for Rahul Basu. Exquisite timing. With that, they get to their 150 mark, just knowing where the fielders are. Easy pickings, easy ploy for Rahul Basu. 46 runs needed. Played on, gets on with a single. Will be given as a wide. Got 2 4s and a wide. That's almost 9 runs in 3 balls. And there's a question from Rahul Basu about Abhimanyu Lamba stepping over the line. I think it's umpire who's supposed to make it. I think they're just thinking if they can get that free hit and then launch that ball into the orbit. And as the play pauses, you can take a look. The fall of wickets, very indifferent, very different for both the teams here. Early stage of the game, 3 wickets lost by Chicago Tigers, and then when the St. Louis Americans wanted to get some big strikes, that's where they lost the 3 wickets. Almost the same, just like the 2 wickets fell in 19th and 20th over. The same way, 4th and 5th over was a turning point with the wicket of Shiv Shani and Sami Sohail, the very first Mithansh Nityanandam. 4 wickets lost, and 4 wickets lost for Chicago Tigers. It's got a bit of pause here with a safety concern. And it is Abhimanyu Lamba, who's been a bit expensive with 34 runs and a wicket. And the bowling scorecard for the Chicago Tigers tells you the story why this has been a long chase for them. 45 runs given. He's been the second expensive bowler. And whereas for the bowling card of St. Louis Americans, 3 wickets in Nasir Jamali, 41 runs and 4 overs. It's been one long day for the bowlers here at AC Park. 8 extras coming. And the fall of wickets, most have been caught out. For the very first one, Nithyanandam going for that golden duck. And the scorecard says the attempt has been to strike every ball thrown at the batters. 44 runs needed. Picked up and just should be 2 runs here. A stylish cut. Very stylish shot there. But will have to remain happy with 2 runs despite all his class in that stroke. "15 overs done, 158 for 4. 174 for 4. They are bringing this match close. 25 runs needed. Just 6 runs coming off from Ilyas's over. This one, they might need at least a couple of runs here just to put the pressure back on the opposition. And you got to give credit to the impactful innings played by Shivshani. He came in, showed a lot of confidence, and the strokes that he played, especially that high elbow shot. What a shot that is. He's picked the gap, but the man there able to cut that out. Eight runs coming. 18 balls, 23 required. .23 needed. There'll be a lot of discussion about who will be given final 3 overs. The St. Louis Americans would have thought they'd be coming Saif Badr. His final over, Chirag Gandhi playing 43 of 33. It's going to be the over that they'll want to put the pressure on the opposition. This will define the swing of the game, especially with spin against Chirag Gandhi. It's look good this game against spin. Score at decent pace. Gives himself room. And a standout today from Chirag's batting has been how well he's been able to use that crease to his benefit. He's been shuffling today. .22 runs. It's turned out to be a very long game. Started at 8:30. Almost 4 hours for the game. And still, they've got 2.4 overs that are to be bowled. The umpire says is in the crease. We'll have to bowl that one. Rahul Basu on 23. Pressure on the batting side with a dot, single and a dot. Just found the gap. Should be looking to come back for the second one as well. 20 runs required. Two more balls to go in this over. Attempted for a reverse sweep. He's trying to give whatever, any innovation or any shot he's got. And that's taken on. The fielder settling in, running across, and he takes a good catch. Excellent catch to end the innings of Chirag Gandhi, who departs after making 44 for 35 balls. Just trying to follow. Smart bowling from Saif Badr. Followed the batter while he was moving to access that leg side region. In the end, collects an excellent catch. Four runs and a wicket coming off from the 18th over. Currently going at 10 and over. Exactly meeting the blue line and the red line. They're on the equal part. This is where they intersect. 18 runs more needed. 12 balls. It's not an impossible task. 18 runs to level the score and 19 to win. And it's Karthik Attipalli who will be the new batter. "180 runs on board with losing 5 wickets. Very first ball from Ilya's over. Good bowling. Just trying to keep between that fourth wicket. Rolled his fingers. You'd expect from Mohammad Ilyas that he'd be bowling quicker ones because that's been his stock delivery. Every dot balls is going to create pressure on the batting unit. They need 19 runs in 11 balls. Any boundary scored here. Even 2 runs a ball is going to get the job done for Chicago Tigers. and a boundary is a surplus. A bouncer. That'll fly away. The intention was good, but the batter got the better of it. Much needed boundary, and it should settle the nerves for Karthik Gattepalli and Rahul Basu. Had to reach for that one. Could see Rahul Basu jumping while play that shot over the head of him. And that's where you cannot set the field. That mere luck factor. At times you never know those edges. And it comes with the intent. Rahul's looked positive all along the innings. 15 runs needed. He's shown some remarkable batting skills from the previous game till today. He played a very mature innings yesterday of 25 runs. And now, as needed, just pushing through. Surprise to the wicketkeeper, where he collects the ball exactly in front of his face. Goes for the quicker one. That pace takes even the keeper down. In the block hole will be a run that gets them closer to their chasing total. 14 runs needed of 8 balls. It's been a long game today here at ACAC Park, where the players have definitely felt the heat, even the umpires standing. The officials today, Srinivas Chira and Nekhat Upadhyay, officiating the game. It's been a different wicket compared to yesterday. Been looking at spin working out more in the afternoon game. Not many spinners used. From that's a lower full toss. Karthik connects it, but not good enough to clear the boundary. And it's going to be another wicket. That is a good collect. An excellent use. Lower full toss. Not able to reach to that one completely. And again, a change of pace from Mohammad Ilyas gets the wicket. One more wicket going down for Chicago Tigers. Nikhil Mudaliar is sent out to support Rahul Basu. They need 14 runs in 7 balls. Mudalia takes his guard. They need 14. Can there be any drama where Chicago Tigers say that we are taking this game home? Or is it going to be a dominating performance by the St. Louis Americans? And a good ball that finishes off the over. 5 runs just coming off it with a wicket. A new man, most importantly, on the crease. It's a bit exposing his stumps as well. 14 runs required. And last over by Abhimanyu Lamba. Ball number 1. And will be called as a wide. A free run with no ball bowled. They'll take it. 12 runs required. Cuts. Has he found the gap? Oh, yes, he has. What a strike that is. What a strike at the very end. Hold on to your seats, spectators and the viewers. Rahul Basu, Nikhil Mudaliar are here for something special. He gets it and just throws it at the kitchen sink. Rahul Basu, he's going to be one of the finds this season. He's been excellent with the ball. Now he shows his prowess with the bat. Unbelievable figures for Abhimanyu Lamba. A week ago, he picking up that hat trick, and today getting to 45 runs. You'd question if he's the same man. That's why cricket's regarded as one of the funny games. You never know what's going to happen. Every game is a fresh one. There's something different to take. You got to start again. And what goes in this game was the tempo that was set at the start of the innings. If you look at the scorecard, you'll be surprised where Shiv Shani took everything by storm, and this has gone one bounce to the fielder. They're looking to come back for the second one, and that's run out. He'll have to keep running. Had to give strike back to Rahul Basu. Needed that. Needed him back on the strike. They'll get one run, but will be a new man. Throw exactly on the proper end. They wouldn't mind getting anyone out. It's going to be more pressure. He plays his part. He goes. Nikhil Mudaliar. 6 runs needed. We need Sinha. Six runs needed. The connection and that wide giving 7 runs, has put the pressure on the field. Gets Vineet on strike, and this is what the St. Louis Americans would have wanted for Newman. 5 runs needed, and he will be gutted. Rahul Basu, if they are losing this game, you gotta give credit to the knock he's played. It's gonna be pressure on the Newman who walks in, especially a wicket in the last over. Five needed of 2. All they need is the dot ball. And it'll be an immense pressure mounting on Vineet Sinha and Chicago Tigers. If you're ready, here comes Abhimanyu Lamba bowling to Vineet Sinha. Right in the block hole. Gets back, gives strike to Rahul Basu. Oh dear, can it get any interesting? 1 ball and 4 runs needed. It's just 1 strike away. The way he's connected on the very first ball on a legal delivery in this over, that is what Rahul Basu needs to do. Just to believe in himself. He's played so brilliantly, and it would be incredible to see him take Chicago Tigers across the line, winning this game. Final ball, right in the block hole. It couldn't have been any perfect than that. He's missed the mark. He's missed the mark, and that's the game. They get it. Look at it. Nerves of steel. Rahul Basu does it. He does it for Chicago Tigers. Abhimanyu Lamba cannot believe it. He's got the ball right, and the execution, probably a lemon cut is what you call. And he gets it through his legs, and look at the disappointment. On the other hand, contrasting emotions. Chicago Tigers, they invade the field. It has been an effort. What a game this has been today in the morning. AC Park, they are delighted. They triumph over the very experienced these St. Louis Americans. They win by 3 wickets here, lost the wickets. They got the start. It has been the complete roller coaster. The 199 runs, it's come down to the wire. And what a game. End of the day, one brilliant game of cricket is what we expect to watch. And this is what this game has been. And you can see on your scorecard the reason why these guys have invaded. That start, very most important. And you can see even the groundsmen clapping at the game. Oh, you beauty minor league cricket. You produce us blinders and stellar cricket games. This has been this morning game. We'll quickly take a look at the scorecard if we can before we wrap the innings. And this is the summary where Chirag Gandhi, Rahul Basu and Shiv Shani, 37 of 13. He has been the man who set the tempo. And what about this person? Rahul Basu, who held his nerves proper, and Chirag Gandhi anchoring the innings despite the effort from Mohammad Ilyas, Saif Badr, Usman Rafiq picking up wickets. And it's been a tough day. You got a feel for Noman Anwar. He would be feeling that a century as well that could not get his team online. Chicago Tigers winning by 3 wickets. And this is it. We will be wrapping up here. Time to bid you goodbye. And we will join you the next week. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Has been a remarkable game.